to-do list. Hi, Daniel and Clark. How are you doing?
Someone is in my little area, so I have to wait a little bit.
Okay. Are they coming out or what?
I'm not sure. They were on a Zoom meeting.
Oh, in your little area?
Yeah.
I thought that had your name on it.
Oh well.
Hopefully this will work out for you anyways.
Yeah, just right outside.
Okay, so let's schedule, Daniel, that we'll meet after my second class, okay? Or do you have
Okay.
class after then?
Yeah.
You do.
I can meet tomorrow if you
Okay, what time? We have a meeting with, we have to check
It's at 11.
at 11. Okay, so let's check to make sure. Did I create a Zoom link already on that? Or do I have to need to do that?
I don't believe you have.
Okay, so let me do, put a note there. I'll do a Zoom link after class today, and I'll send it out to him. And so that way we can confirm that the time frame, because they're 5 hours ahead. They should be.
Yeah.
If they have done standard time, put their clocks back as well.
It wasn't at the same time. They did it earlier.
What?
They did it earlier.
They did it early. I think most people around the world did it earlier. So I'll send that out, and then let's do that. Based on that, let's meet afterwards.
Okay.
We'll just extend our meeting tomorrow. Does that work? Daniel, does that work? Thumbs up, good. Okay. And if you could check, I think it's, as far as I can do, everybody has their URLs up except I didn't see earlier now. Maybe they've done it already. If you can check for me, Daniel, on group 6. I think what's the only group that didn't publish their link.
Yep, still group 6.
Okay, so if you could reach out to them and let them know.
Some of them are upgraded, others are not.
Well, not even the upgrade. They didn't. Group 6 didn't even have. It's group 6 have a link. Yeah. Because the upgrading needed to be for Wednesday, so that's not a problem. But they should have had it. So if you could be so kind. And work that out. Okay. We're in November, my dears. Wow, 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 wow. 2 weeks from today, we have an exam. Can you believe it? Unbelievable. And then on that case, the following week we're in Thanksgiving, and then we're going to have, at least we have some time. Okay. So, as everybody's getting online, getting your cameras to work, I'm going to connecting here. I'm starting the recording to the cloud. I am live streaming to YouTube. I'm choosing my account. It is training. I'm going live from the Zoom, staying within Zoom, but having the API to YouTube, setting up my meeting for YouTube Live. Once that connection is set, I have see that it's working very nicely, and I can set that up. So I welcome everyone for today. We will cover enterprise resource planning today and talk about how Gen AI applies to enterprise resource planning. We'll do some administrative chores, talk about what the rest of our time together is for this month. Basically, we're having 1 month together, and hopefully you'll be working on your projects as we proceed. Okay, so hopefully everybody has their cameras on, ready to go, looking perfect. Nikita, we have a guest here, a special guest, Nikita, with you.
Yes, this is my friend Annabelle. She wants to sit in today.
Okay, she's welcome to sit in, and then you can, if she has any brilliant comments that she can share with the class, we'll do it at this time. Okay, welcome. Everyone is welcome, and Nikita, we're so welcoming. Did you tell her that we even broadcast live to YouTube at the same time? So yes. We're everywhere, right? As we say, as we go through our technology. Okay, do I have any volunteers to moderate the chat as we go on? Any volunteers? I need 2 volunteers. 4. Okay, so Ethan, be so kind, and who else?
I can do it.
Okay, and who was that second person?
Robert.
Okay, Robert. Okay, perfect, Robert. Okay, I didn't see you. All right, so Robert and Ethan, if you could be so kind and moderate our chat and see if there's something I need to know while I'm speaking or even at the end of the class. And, you know, sometimes people, if it's appropriate, we can also ask them to unmic themselves. Okay, so we have a full session here that I want to talk about. Of course, we need to work on our group projects. One of the overall thoughts about your group projects is we're using Wix because I have an academic relationship with Wix that we can upgrade to full domain names, which is more professional. We can also use SEO analytics and be seen along with Google. The way to be seen is using a full domain name. And also, these domain names are valuable. It's great for your brand, and as I said before, you have this domain name for a year free. You can even take your entire site in your domain name and see if you can put it for sale, or you can be part of a group. That's up to you. What I would like to say is many of you have taken advantage of the Gen AI that is in Wix. The problem with a Gen AI in generic, besides its hallucinations, besides it sometimes getting things not correctly, is it really isn't fine-tuned. So you'll see that even many of you will have the same type of wording along your websites that I think don't capture the essence of what you're doing. So I have no problem in even encouraging you to use the Gen AI tools, but you need to use human intelligence and work through it to make sure that it is focusing in exactly what you want to do. We've discussed it last time, and we will discuss it more in the future. This Wednesday, I will have each group then do a short presentation. You don't have to do a formal one, but showing how you've progressed, what have you done differently, what has been new, and we'll be doing that once a week, that by the time you do your final presentation in 4 weeks, in December 2nd, I will just have you showcase what is new. And then after you do that what is new part for me and I can give you feedback, your formal presentation will be recorded in Zoom, where you'll be able to upload it and give an entire presentation to someone not familiar with your services, and also possibly someone that could invest in what you've done. Okay? So let me share my screen. And once I share my screen, I will then do some administrative functions there. And you can see yourself here on YouTube and notice that this is a bit lagged because of transparency. So I know that this is working. I will then do a full screen. I was on Zoom meeting before. And let's go to the What's Due section. And in the What's Due section, for last time, you should have read the chapter on artificial intelligence, done the adaptive assignment. We had some issues with the adaptive assignments on Wiley, but I think that has been fixed on their end. Sometimes they have some server problems. Sometimes you need to use the Chrome browser. Again, we're talking about a cloud service. So you need to do the adaptive assignment and Wiley quizzes. And also, you need to read these additional articles. One is by SAS on what is artificial intelligence, another on machine learning, and this last article on generative AI. I've also given you 2 links on Notebook LM that I'd like to see that if you can use it for podcasting of your website. I'm not sure it will work, but we'll try it out and see if we can do that. And also, some of you may even use the Notebook LM as one of your products that you will be reviewing. For Wednesday, what you need to do is part 3. This should be already have done for Wednesday on your final project. You need each group, which I think there was just one group that hadn't posted their URL. For Wednesday, each of your groups then should have upgraded your Wix and progress with your site assignment. Readings is information systems within the organization. I'll go over that with you today, and the adapted reading and the Wiley quiz. If you look at our calendar here, you'll see on the 18th, we will have our second exam. It will be in the same room on the 18th. It will be in SBA 204. It will cover all the new chapters, plus we will also include chapters 4 and 5, which we had done before, but I think they're important still to note, of data security and data management. So next week, I will do a review on the 13th, and next week I will also hand out a review sheet for you of the terms that you need, plus the open-ended questions that we will be going through. And some of the open-ended questions will be on cloud computing and, of course, on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and Gen AI, and how you've been working with those features as well, and also the cloud services that you've done. You've done before with the NinjaTrader using the cloud, even the Wix development, and all your issues as well. So we will be going over that, and you can see under assignment instructions, you'll see here, this was the part 2 of creating the website, and then this is part 3, upgrading using the provided code. We get a code for a year, invite all the team members to the project group. Let me just tell you, on the project groups, not only will the project be graded, but the individual contributions will be graded, and there will also be a peer review. So you will be noting, even in your presentation that you will be giving me on December 2nd, one of your slides will be what are the contributions of each of the persons in your group. And here you can see the PDF file, where here was the goal: upgrade, invite the team members, have AI tool pages. And then this is a case where you need to not only evaluate the tools, but see how it fits into your project. Meaning, if there's tools that you think that you want to review, for instance, if you're doing real estate investors, how this could help real estate investors. If you're doing it for marketing, how does this help marketeers? If you're doing it for students to be tutors, or to be helping them student teaching aids, how these can be helping. You'll be also make sure for this week that you have a contact page of how they can get in touch with you, and you should set up then at least 3 social media accounts. Notice when you do the Wix, you already have, on a lot of the templates, they already have icons to connect to, for instance, to TikTok or LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram. This should be not setting it up that it's going to be advertising Wix, but it should be with you. And there's also on the site, the mobile site, if you go to website and SEO, there's steps to have you, once you have your formal URL, you complete those steps that you allow then Google to crawl on the internet, and so you can find yourself. So other people can find you, because even if you are the greatest, if people don't know that you exist, it is not important. Okay? Any questions? So Ethan, are there any questions that I need to know about or in the chat?
No.
Perfect. So we'll proceed there. So in proceeding, let me talk about a few things that are important, and that is information systems. So if I go to the Wiley Reading and Adaptive, and I go to chapter 10, and let's see if this is going to work. I'll even start with transactional processing. Let's see if my link works. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. let's see, notice, I'm going to go to my bookshelf, and this is what I want. I don't want the 9th edition, I want the 10th edition. So let's see if we can get into the 10th edition. And we covered last time machine learning and deep learning. You'll need to know what that is in terms of machine learning that provides, automatically learns. The whole idea of machine learning is what, Ethan? That it's going to improve. When we think about the traditional spreadsheet, Ethan, and we give it a formula, and let's say the formula is incorrect, we expect Excel not to come back and say, you know, Dr. Rush, you put in the wrong formula. You have the wrong weights. But in machine learning, if it's incorrect, we expect, based on a number of times that it can learn, look at patterns, that it can start correcting itself and getting better. That's the whole idea. Just like, Ethan, when we are learning, we do expect to make mistakes, but after we make a couple of mistakes, we want to do what, Ethan? Learn from our mistakes. And then that's the same thing in machine learning. And that's one of the things that we have to think sometimes. That's the problem with the generative AI, is many times it's trying to just guess what's the next word, and it possibly is not learning, that we have to have it keep on training on our data. And we need then, what I want is chapter 10, which chapter 10 will talk about transaction processing systems, functional area information systems, what we call ERP, and enterprise. So Robert Kim, an enterprise is what? What do we say is an idea what an enterprise is? Is the university an enterprise? Yes. Basically, an enterprise is what we consider basically a large business, right? That is basically going to be composed of a number of departments. So what is the problem with that, Robert? The problem is many times, do we have many schools at the university? We have a school of business, we have a school of law, we have arts and sciences, we have a nursing school. Many schools, and what's the problem here is, how do you then do what? Plan all the possible resources, right? We have to create a budget, right? It's basically, we're not basically thinking about just today, but in the future. All of that has to be put together. Do we have at the university, do we have employees? Robert?
Yes.
Yes. Do these employees have to be paid? Of course they do. Do they have certain benefits? Yes. Do they have health insurance, right? All of that. Who's going to control that? Who's going to keep track of that? I want to get paid, right? If you work for the university, Robert, you would want to get paid. You may be like Daniel gets paid, right? I'm his supervisor, right, Daniel? And what do you have to do? He has to clock his hours. Every time he works, right, he goes to an enterprise resource planning called Workday that the university has, and he clocks his hours, and it says in there that I am a supervisor, and above there I have other supervisors, and they basically have his account where they put his salary into it. I have to, how it's set up, I have to approve his hours. He can't just come up, Robert, and say, oh, he worked 60 hours last week, and I can't decide, you know what they pay me at the university? I think I'm just fabulous. I think I need triple that amount. Don't you think so, Robert? So I don't have rights, right, to say, you know, put another couple of zeros there. I need millions they have to be paying me, right? So there has to be, what?
I would happily take a couple.
Yeah, right. Everybody take a couple more zeros on our salaries. But the idea is, guess what? There's roles and procedures. All of that has to be, guess what? Saying to ourselves, we got to put all this planning together. And then there's a number of departments here. Think about, what is your major, Robert? Tim?
Finance.
Finance. So think about all the financials, right, of the university. Do we have what? Not only are we getting tuition, but they have what? We have scholarships, we have loans, all of that. Who's taking care of all that? Who can keep it down? Do we have a registrar? Yeah, who's taking care of all the grades? What is your, basically when we think about it, is it when you're going to be, even what? When you're graduating, do we want to keep track of you, Robert? Of course we do.
Yeah.
The university wants to keep track. Why? Just like any other company, they want to sell you more. Either they want to sell you an MBA or they want to, I'm being crude, right, of selling, but they want to keep up. And if you become that multi-billionaire, right, that you invented something, Robert, wouldn't you love to have a building with your name on it? We can give it to you too, right? And then you can have something special. We're going to have a 100th year anniversary. And what do you think they're going to do in that 100 years? They're going to go out to donors and say, hey, we're having all these new programs. We're going to have an AI program. We're going to have an AI institute. We have we're going to have at the university, in the medical school, we're going to be able to do drug discovery. All that needs what? Funding. Who's going to fund that? So that's why it's so key here, enterprise resource planning. And guess what? If I think about it, Nikita, what's going to be the next step? Of course, it's going to be cloud in there, right? But what else is going to be part of that ERP systems is artificial intelligence, Gen AI, that even though all the forecasted, I want artificial intelligence to automate a lot of these systems for me and do a lot of prediction, so I don't have to spend a lot of time to even maintaining these systems. So if you think about it, Daniel, we have just even set up that Workday, right? If I go, what is it? Workday, Miami.workday, is it? Miami.
Workday.miami.edu.
Is it Workday or Miami? Yeah, Workday probably, right? I mean, EDU. So if it's Workday Miami, it's basically, guess what? It's University of Miami that I have to log in. I have to give the duo, right? Not everybody, would they want everybody to be able to get in? Of course not. And now they're even making it, of course, I need to put my duo account, right? I have to put it, so I'll put my duo account. Doesn't matter if I put my duo account right there. I need to verify. Once I verify, this is an ERP system, Robert. This is an ER system. It's called Workday. And guess what? It tells me hello there, right? And it tells me team highlights. These are my teaching assistants that I have. And notice we have the excellent Daniel comes up first, right? Because this semester he's number one for me in it. And then they're telling me what are the actions involved. And this is personalized to me. I'm going to see, Robert, something completely different than the president at the university sees, right? Because I have a different role. I'm a full professor in the School of Business, and also I have connections with the medical school in health informatics. But I have a different role. I have a different one. And then they have this one. They have my awards, insights, all of this is basically all of HR, and this is a cloud base for Workday. So if I went to Workday.com, this was specialized for the university. Workday.com, notice what it puts at that first sentence. Do you see that, Clark? Read this for me. The AI first platform of HR, human resource, and what? Finance. Look at that. Is this part of marketing, you think, Clark? Yeah. Whether they have it or not, but they know that what, Clark? They better compete and throw in AI, and then we got to think about it. So look at this. Workday is the only platform. I think they exaggerate, don't you, Clark? You're gonna, when we think about legal, right, is the only platform that unites HR, right, with human resources and finance to keep businesses moving forward. Are you ready to fundamentally transform? This is the idea of all this AI, how you manage your people and money. So if you were then they put you, Clark, the head of HR at the university. You have a legal background because that's going to be important, right? For all our lawsuits or potential lawsuits, right? And all of our equity, and transfer your people. And guess what? In this case, Robert Kim will make you the CFO at the university because you have the finance background, right? And it's together. Do they go together? Of course. So notice, I love this. And this, Daniel, is different from last semester. They never had this on their first page, right? Of AI dash first platform. I didn't even know it because I hadn't even been there for, let's say, a month or so. But this is their workday. It doesn't matter. This is just one vendor. IBM is another vendor. Oracle is another vendor. They have SAP is another vendor. There's a number of vendors in this space that have traditionally been what? Data vendors, traditionally have been in human resources, traditionally have been in finance, because this is a way in which they talk about enterprise resource planning. They're talking about what? We all have limited, think about it, Robert, Kim, we all have what? Limited resources, and we got to plan for it in the future. What was a big deal in the university when COVID came out first? Do you think the university took a step back and said, hey, how are we going to continue? Now you're with me online. Before, I was teaching Zoom before the pandemic came about, but I was probably the only professor on campus trying to get people to do collaboration. Then all of a sudden they said, oh, we have collaboration. Notice when there was a potential hurricane, what did the university quickly do, Robert, Kim? They said, what? Everybody goes online. Now it's nothing. Before it was like, oh, wow, ooh, ah. And basically we need to do a hybrid. Jobs are like that too. Some are going to be all, it's going to be all remote. Some of them will be all in person. Now basically it's a hybrid. A number of you or a number of your people that you know that are close to you have a hybrid approach. Some of these even, which is interesting to me, Amazon and even Zoom have required their employees to come back to the office. Partly, I think that is also an easy way for them to say, hey, let's get rid of some people, and if they don't come back, it's an easy way to go. But that's just my opinion on it, but it's basically a waste. But I like this idea that you can think about what is AI, and you can think about the enterprise here, human capital management, right? They're all looking in the sky. I guess that's a thing too. And guess what? Could these be AI generated? What do you think here? Nikita, could all of this website could be all generated AI, right? Do they say right here generated by AI? This probably this person and this person. Give me an older guy, with a beard and he looks intellectual, and here give me a female whatever, and this is what they come up with. But anyways, human capital management, empower your people and adapt your workforce to the future of work. What does that mean? This is also, don't you think, Clark, this also can be AI generated, doesn't it? It says nothing to us, really, doesn't it? It's like those future work, those things. And notice here, drive innovation, manage costs. Who doesn't want to manage costs? And make smarter finance decisions. What does smarter mean? I don't know. What I would like to see is finance decisions that can that it's more profitable at the end. I don't know what smarter means, but smart in terms of here, transform entire business process with our next generation of AI. Why am I also showing it to you? Why? That even an do you see that, Daniel? Even an ERP system that we can think about standardized is really saying, hey, if you're going to work on that system of that ERP, let's say Workday or Salesforce or any of the other ones, you're going to have to work with, humans have to work with AI. And what are they going to do? Generate scripts for us. They're going to make smart agents that a lot of things that are wrote, that are financial, a lot of the financial books, I don't have to do it manually. I don't have to, a lot of the things that are machine learning that they can find patterns that automate, we can do. So you can see here, it's interesting, just at first, Workday has enabled us to do routine work more efficiently. Now that's bad. That frees us up to do the next acquisition, to work on the next business strategy, to provide the better analytical work to our business partners. And to me, JC, you know what this means? To me, this means that people that are going to buy these systems are afraid that means they're going to fire me. So notice they say Workday doesn't have us employ less people. Do you see that, JC? It just says it frees us to do the next acquisition. So the people then will be working on the next business strategy. They'll do better. But this is the case. We move the business forward. We elevate humans. Do you see that, Sebastian? That everybody's worried about the computer taking me over, that AI is going to be reducing the number of people I have. Guess what, Sebastian? I think they are. There'll be less people, but in this case, free your people up to focus more on meaningful work that only humans can do. And more as we go on, guess what, Sebastian? There'll be less work these humans can do. Because a lot of that things, but at least the tedious types of things, and you'll have to figure out then, Sebastian, what are the types of tasks that can be automated? What are the types of tasks that we can train the AI to do? That's where the humans will be involved in. And then when AI doesn't do good enough, then you'll be involved in it. And supercharge, do more with less. What does it mean, more with less? Less people. To drive flawless, and this is, what is flawless? There's always going to be flaws, but less of them. Business operations to do what? This is finance, right, Sebastian? This is going to be, right, my save time, which is money and effort, and deliver measurable value for our next generation of AI that lights a path forward. I don't know what that means, forward thinking, and then they gain full insight, achieved a single view across. Basically, what happens is these companies become large, and we don't even know what's happening across our whole department. So we don't know how well is the School of Business doing, what is doing well in the School of Business, what majors are doing well in the School of Business, who are getting jobs, what types of jobs our employers want to give out. Reinvigorate skill tracking with machine learning. Notice even how I train my people with machine learning. Increase career advancement opportunities. Nobody wants to work in a company, Sebastian, guess what, that doesn't help them with their career, that I don't learn. I tell you, JC, if you go take a job, one of the first things I'll recommend for you is you say, I got, let's say, a certain amount in one job and I got $5,000 more in another job. Which one should I get? My thing would not be that extra $5,000, but what can help you advance your career? What can help you learn more? Will they help you? Ready to talk? But this is kind of that whole idea of that AI first, and you can think this one is an ERP. So what are the products? Finance planning, and guess what? Analytics and reporting. Payroll. All of this, which we're accounting, basically we can think about it in finance, are together so we can have it as an entire organization with HR. And you can think HR is basic human resource of our human capital, our employee experience. We want to really help our employees, our talent management, analytics and reporting, vendor management, workforce planning, and local and global payroll. And then planning. What is planning? Looking at the future. Basically, what's my budget going to be next year, in the 5 years? How many students? How many students online should I have? Should I go online, or should I go hybrid, or should I build more fancy dorms? Should I have more activities? Should I have the JC? Should I have the SATs? close column at workforce planning. Do I need more professors, less professors? What type of professors do I need? Do I need tenured professors? Do I need adjunct professors? Do I need professors with more industry experience? I have a medical school here. Do I need more doctors? What type of doctors do I need? Do I need to have, now they just hired an AI officer. Maybe we can have them come into the class. All of a sudden we had an AI officer because our IT did not know much about AI. Operational planning, how should we operate? And look at this, artificial intelligence, they put it in. On work every day with AI. So what is different from even the chapter in your book, JC, is this. AI is going to reinvent enterprise resource planning as well. So that is the key when you think about AI. So you can read through, you have ones here on information systems. They talk about what they call transaction processing systems. They talk about functional areas. They talk about identify the advantages and drawbacks of ERP systems and what are the three main processes. And what I'm here to tell you today is that AI will be, if not even today, but shortly will be incorporated into my ERP systems to allow my employees to use generative AI and machine learning tools to help them be more efficient and quicker in their work. So this is an area which I want to start off with. This is what you need to know. You need to know what is a transaction processing system, what's a functional area, what are enterprise resource planning system, and what is ERP. So let's talk about a transaction. So Sebastian, you're my accounting major, right? So if I think about it, what's a transaction? It's some kind of business event that's being captured and it's stored in a database. So if I go to Publix, does Publix have a transaction processing system? What do you think, Sebastian?
Sorry, my computer was this. Yes, it does.
Repeat my question to make sure, with our audio, sometimes it goes back and forth. So repeat my question of what you understand.
All I heard was, to be honest, Publix and transaction processing system.
Does Publix have a transaction processing system?
I would assume they do.
You do. So think about it. If I go to Publix now after the class, right? And I buy a half a gallon of milk and some bread. I go to the counter, and what happens? Let's say I go to the cashier. I don't even have to go to the cashier. I can do it myself. I can check out, right?
Right.
If I scan then the product, that's a transaction, right? And when it scans it, I'm getting a receipt, but where else does it go? That transaction is going into their system for what purposes, Sebastian? Think about it. When I buy a carton of milk and I scan it, what's the purpose of that? Besides me getting a receipt that I can go outside the store and one of the security guards doesn't stop me that I tried to steal a half a gallon of milk. Besides getting that receipt in my hand, what else is happening there?
Tracking sales and tracking.
Well, basically, it's going to be going into the system saying that half a gallon of milk, right, that it's going to be recorded. It's also going to be recorded in their accounting system, right, Sebastian? Right, of their sales. But what else is happening? So it's going to go to their accounting system. What else is it going to? It's going to go to their inventory, right?
Right.
So it's going to be reducing that. So anytime, whether I'm dealing with a car dealership, whatever I'm going to, any purchasing, right? Amazon, whoever I do it online or I physically go somewhere, they have in the background, they have a transaction processing system that's going to what? It's going to monitor, it's going to collect, it's going to store. I'm going to have those basics. So I can use it later on, those transactions. That is going to be this transaction system to be able later on, I could put it into a data warehouse after it's historical. Remember we talked about it, Sebastian? A data warehouse where you can do it historical. So I can do that. I also have what I call an online transaction processing that not only is it online, but it happens immediately. So in this case, if I were thinking about it, Elena, if I'm thinking about it, let's say that on Thursday I want to go on a trip, right? I want to go from Thursday to Sunday. So what can I do? I can get online, right? I can purchase a ticket. I put in my credit card. I purchase that ticket. And that is called online transaction processing, that I get that seat, right? And sometimes they overbook, right? Because what? Because they think that some people won't show up. But I would like to get that seat and I would like to go on that flight. That is what we call online transaction processing, that it happens immediately. So this is what we call online transaction. It's continuous real-time data collection. The whole purpose is we know that it exists. We just didn't know at the time. We don't pay attention with it. But of course, we want to maintain privacy and security. When I give my credit card, Elena, I don't want the system to grab my credit card with my code behind it and basically steal my credit card information. So hopefully these systems, when I'm doing online, hopefully they're going to protect my privacy and security. Or if I go to Whole Foods, right, I have to tap my credit card, right? I'm assuming they're going to have privacy and security. Do they get hacked? Of course they do, Elena, sometimes. But in that case, now we have something called batch processing. And what is batch processing? You can put that in your notes. Batch processing, like what it sounds, Amanda, it is now going to be done as a batch. For instance, payroll. Amanda, are you working now or have worked in the past? Amanda.
I worked for like a jewelry company over the summer.
Okay, over the summer you worked, and in that case, how did they pay you?
I got paid with cash.
You got paid with cash, and that's unusual, right? That somebody actually gave you, it was a mom and pop kind of jewelry store?
Yeah, I was like helping out a neighbor.
Yeah, you're helping out a neighbor, so it's mom and pop. But if you actually went to, Jay's Jeweler or something, a national chain, they probably wouldn't pay you in cash, right? So basically, they would have your number of hours you worked, and they would basically batch those all together. So at every 2 weeks or at the end of the month, you would get your paycheck. That's called batch. So I can do it in those processes. So I can look at it. If you look at this figure here, that they have cornflakes, or when I'm in Publix or wherever, when it gets scanned here, that's called a business event or a transaction. And that basically scan goes into the transaction processing system, and that transaction processing system, this circular figure right here is a database. Remember we talked about databases where the transactions all go into a database, and what makes up the database is functional areas like accounting, marketing, human resources. They help us make decisions with business intelligence expert systems, and a lot of this training there will be used for my Gen AI to make better decisions. Notice they don't use the word AI here. You could add the word AI because that's what's going to be incorporated next into these systems. So you think, what is a functional area? Just you can think about it almost, Amanda, like our departments in the School of Business. We have accounting, we have finance, we have marketing, we have production, operations management, human resource management. What is your major, Amanda?
I'm a real estate major.
Real estate. So finance and real estate, it's the same kind of thing that you would then basically keep track of the housing. You'd be keeping track of the functional areas of who you employ. So if you work for a large realty company that has several agents, they have several offices, maybe not even just in the United States, but across the world, that would be it. And what the idea here, if I think about it, the idea that we can think about is that we have what we call centralized or decentralized information departments. And basically what centralized and decentralized mean is centralizes all the decisions are made in one area. Decentralized, you think, in this case, would be what? What do you think in this case decentralized would mean, Clark? Let's think of IT. We have, you remember when we were in the lab, when we were at our test, what did I have? I said IT came to help us with respondus. You remember that? Helped us get all the computers up. That IT department came from the School of Business. Every school has kind of a little IT department. But they also have, for the entire university, they have what they call a central IT. So sometimes they'll have a central IT. So what's the advantage of a central IT versus, you think, a decentralized? We are going, just to let you know, the trend, Clark, is we are going more and more at our university toward a centralized IT department. That means what? That the decisions are made at a higher level outside the school department versus decentralized, meaning that every school in the university runs their own show, more or less. What's the advantage? And if I said here, what's the advantage of a decentralized IT department? It would mean that the decisions would be closer to the people that use the IT. That's what I would say. So we have a new dean, Clark. Did you hear about him? So his big thing, he's in my department, in our department in business technology, and I'm pleased to say, and his outlook to computing is similar to mine in the way that he thinks AI should be everywhere, and we should be teaching our students really to be experts in Gen AI. No matter if they're marketing students, they're pre-law, he's with me that, hey, it will help us in jobs, and we really can work it through. So for me to ask for software, for instance, I'll give you an example, like Zoom has what I call AI Companion, where it summarizes when I record. I record all my lectures. At the end of my recording, AI tries to, it has the transcript already. It has the voice to text transcript already. It will try to summarize what are the main points of my lectures. That's built in, and it's given free to all those that have acquired this software, Zoom. The central IT is not sure what's going to happen with that data. They're concerned who's going to look at the summary, was the summary correct? And what they've done is administratively, they've cut off that option for us. You got it, Clark? if it were centralized, if it were decentralized, I know my dean would have, if it been central, it would have been decentralized. Number one, I would have more clout with my decentralized, even though I do have a lot of clout with central, but not enough, would have approved that. So there's an idea of that decentralized. The disadvantage is then, do you take courses outside the School of Business, Clark?
Not this semester.
But other semesters you have?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to graduate by taking classes outside the School of Business. Is that correct?
For me, no, because I'm a foot fellow, but usually, yeah.
Yeah, but usually, yeah. So what happens is, if you wanted to take it, so the disadvantage is that when you go to another school, right, or you use the other services, it may not be the same. So by centralizing, you can maybe get the best of the best people, and you can maybe make better decisions. So this is a question which they're doing now, and of course, they're talking about all of this being cloud. There's disadvantages of the cloud too that they have. So the information systems for accounting and management are also going to be pulled together. So financial planning, financial transactions, investments, control in auditing, seeing what everyone has done, making sure that there's not fraud, making sure that people have the right controls. Remember, we had the security advisor come in to make sure, managing all those global stock exchanges, managing multiple currencies. We talked about that before in Ninja Trading. We talked about doing financial ratio analysis. All of this can be done with the help of Gen AI. And that's what they're talking about, information systems for production and planning. It's the same thing. What kind of inventory do we have? Does everybody just take their, there's some, do they take things home? We have to test, do they have the right quality? Are they upgrading properly? What is the case here? Human resource planning. I have to figure out what is my employees. I have to basically keep track of their learning. I have to give them proper, maybe some, if they need some counseling, if they need mental health to be able to do their health care, all of this. And here they're just talking about the product cycle. You don't have to worry about that. Examples of information systems, whether it's going to be on the operation level, the tactical level, the strategic level. Here AI is going to be able to help you. And this is what we call enterprise resource planning systems. We've covered it already here, where I told you here, I need to know about my customers, my students in this case. A lot of times there's modules just for student retention. Clark, for instance, to keep students like you that are foot fellows, right, to keep them, seeing what's going to motivate them, what's going to keep them in a proper way. The suppliers of the university, their distributors, any relative parties to keep in track. We want to make sure that their systems are secure. Later on, how we got hacked was by other vendors. So you can see here this ERP system. Again, the ERP system, look at this. What's in the middle here, Sebastian, is my database. What is it? It's like a cylinder here. This is where my data is going to be here. This is where I'm not going to have duplicate data. And then what I have is I have different modules maintaining and getting data so I can share my data. So it's not going to be what I call siloed. So it's very much similar to what we talked about before. Clark, you remember when we talked about database management system? The only difference is we're showing accounting's going to need our data, manufacturing if we have it, human resources, customer relationships. If I'm with customers, I call even students my customers, right? If I do e-commerce, if I do business intelligence, if I try to forecast, these are all going to be modules that I have for my ERP system. So these are the cases where I have it. These, you need to know what are the benefits, the limitations here. A lot of times it was very cumbersome to set up. You needed, basically, it was a cloud service, but still it's not out of the box. You had to put in your own data, the university, its quality, its limitations. What else? Failure, basically, in the way insufficient training. What can happen is my Gen AI can help in training. It can quiz my people if I want. On-premise means what? If I look on-premise, what does on-premise mean, Clark? On-premise is different from the cloud, meaning that the software resides on some computers here on campus. But what do you think we use? We use cloud service because they say, why do I need to have my own personnel take care of maintaining to update? So they use a cloud service. What's the problem with having a cloud service? That if I need to gain access, I need to have the internet, and the other side, whoever is hosting, right, of Workday has to be up and running. Or we can have what we talked about before in the cloud, software as a service. Instead of software as a service, basically someone else, the vendor, takes care of the software. The university doesn't have to maintain the software. The university doesn't have to worry about the upgrades. So, and the university can get the vendor to help them when there's new updates. So the advantages here, I would say that you can scale up, meaning that what? As I get bigger, I can then get more services. I can gain it in modules. I can gain a lot of information. The disadvantages is that I may not have as much control. The disadvantages may be security. I got a lot of important, think about it, Sebastian. I'm using this Workday. I have all my what? I have all my faculty. I have all my employees what? Payroll there. I don't want somebody to be able, and then they have the link, what, to my bank account. Do I want that to be possibly disturbed? No way. It may be all my finances, right? Also, it may be that I have private financial data of my university that I don't want to share. And then you can think about it is they can do a customer resource planning, supply resource planning. It can be all of this is going to be tracked, and AI will be a part of all of this. Salesforce now, others are working on all ways, scripting. When I call HR, all of that will be scripting. I may have intelligent chatbots. I may have agents there integrating all of this ERP systems together. And even just setting up all of these flow charts require quite a bit of time. They have logical rules that I can go to. So that's the next chapter. So you understand, Clark, kind of the overview of it is taking almost what we did before, the database management system, and particularly think about that database management to spread it over an entire enterprise. And you see that that entire enterprise is the School of Business, the law school. And if you were then, Clark, the head of HR, you would then have that entire system that you would want help on it, not worry about spending time learning the system, right? That it could generate reports, and then you would have your humans oversee what it's producing. So that's the future of it. Comments on it. So, Daniel, well, what's in store for us, and what's going to be? I guess on Wednesday we'll put in a new announcement for what our final chapter, which is the last chapter is chapter 13. So we're going to go over the cloud. What?
There's a few more things for the website, but
and the website.
After Wednesday, it should mostly be done.
Mostly be done. So basically, for Wednesday, we'll give out basically your last assignments, really, because it will be the last chapter, which will be 13. So we'll be covering then basically the cloud computing, artificial intelligence, information systems, this ERP, and analytics. So those 4 chapters, plus the chapter on
chapter 4 and 5.
4 and 5, which is on database management systems of 5 and security. That'll be our second exam. And then Daniel will also work on just posting for us the next part of our assignment for our project. Next week, we'll have guest speaker coming in about chatbots. That's exciting. And he's also going to give us an academic partnership that we can incorporate that into our site. And then the following week, we'll have an exam. And then we'll work on, I'll give you feedback on your projects.
Excuse me, Professor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
For the project, we were supposed to have, like, for part 1, 3 different AI apps and talk about their functions in regards to how we would be using them. But for part 3, it says to, like, demonstrate how we would actually use them. And it
Well,
says
it's part of them.
Each person should.
Well, I would prefer when I said 3, depending on how you would do it, if you wanted at least to have 3. So in this case, Clark, you could have like 2 people on one product. So for instance, you could have, so how many people in your group, Clark?
4.
4. So if you want, either you could do 4, or if you show at least 3, it may be that it's so broad that you want to do 2 parts of it. One part, somebody can do that same app, but looking in a different way, looking in different examples. You could look at it.
Might be multiple features.
Multiple features, multiple ways to use it. What are you using? You're using AI for what sector? What?
I'm using it for tutoring, and I have a tutoring company.
Okay, so the tutoring, so it's perfect. So you can think about it in tutoring as well. Where you could even take, like, I'm just giving an example, like Google Notebook LM. You could show it. There's so many different ways of Google Notebook, so you could use a number of different features. Excellent question, Clark. What else? What other questions do I have? Okay, so let's do, let me do attendance. So we'll end class. Stay with me. If you have additional questions on Wednesday, I will require then, I'll go over the additional parts, plus we'll have each group will then give a short overview of how far they got. You'll ask questions about it. I'll give you feedback so we can continue. Anything else? Anything in the chat I need to speak about? Robert Kim? Nothing. Nada. So let me share my screen. I'm going to share. This goes down. This goes to attendance. And this goes to check-in. Start check-in. 5936. 5936. Stay with me if I have additional questions. Otherwise, I'll see you on Wednesday, and looking forward to see how you've proceeded.
Professor?
Yes.
I have a question. I was always in group 8, and like we started working.
Hold on, let me just get everybody. Can you stay with me?
Yeah.
Stay with me, so this way. 5936. Daniel, can you put that in the chat? I'm going to then. Stop sharing. And stop recording. And stop YouTube. And then I'll listen to your question. Okay, so who was speaking?
It was me, Ashton.
Ashton. Okay, so you're in you say you have an issue with your group?
No, so I was in group 8, and then I saw an email from you without any context. It was just like the subject said, like, I'm in group 7. Was that was that a mistake?
Was it from me or from Daniel?
It was from you.
I don't recall ever telling you what group you were in. What does it say?
Excuse me?
Ashton, where's your camera, Ashton?
I'm right here. I'm gonna look at the email again because
Look at the email because I don't think. Daniel, can you follow up with Ashton? Are you there?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, Ashton, send out forward that email to Daniel, and then there shouldn't be issue there because I don't.
I'm gonna look at the email.
Yeah, look at your email. Maybe that I don't remember ever sending you any email of. Usually, I wasn't, micromanaging people's groups. It was if you weren't in a group or something, maybe people were doing, but I don't remember ever that was ever an issue. Okay, so find it now. Just find it now, and then we'll give you a couple minutes to find it, and then you can forward it to Daniel. But if you're in a group and it's working, I have no issue with that. Okay, let's go next. Sam, what's up?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I mistook you. I have another email from another professor that said that. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
We need Gen AI, huh, Ashton?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much.
It's good.
Summer to present, same thing. Right.
Okay. Do we have okay? So Sam, we got that one done. Okay. Sorry. Okay, Sam, what's up?
I had like the submission problems for two of the assignments like a while ago. I remember I told you guys. You said I could resubmit them.
Which one was that?
The assignments. I can look right now. I think
it was from the Ninja Trader.
Oh, I remember that.
I remember those. So talk to Daniel about it. Okay. Let's do that all. You want to put them in a break room or something, Daniel, or?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, Sam, let's do that. I remember. So, yeah. So, let's go into a breakout room, Sam, and then Daniel will, and you can discuss that. Okay? You setting up Daniel? You setting up a breakout with him? Okay, Nikita next.
I just wanted to ask really quick. I'm doing the social media platforms.
Great.
And I made them all today, like 3 of them.
Perfect.
I saw that you said that we should have 6 posts for each.
You should continue. You should continue posting. Yeah, I would start today posting. Not even 6. You should have more than that from now to the end of the semester.
I did post already today when I made them.
Good.
But I just wanted to make it fine if I do what is it called for I was planning to do 2 posts each week like you said, and I was just making sure it's fine if I use I made one advertisement post or whatever, and I posted it on each platform. Is that fine?
Yeah, but I would even do at least twice, even more. I would do. Is that that's your role? I would do it, and then I would make sure, Nikita, that other people in your group are following you. And you know what you could do too is take what people have done, some of their videos, and do short clips of them, or even if they're short clips, use some of theirs of already what's happening there. To make it dynamic. Don't make it, you know what I mean? Make it, you know how to make it, that it's fun. But I just don't want it just to be static, that you're just doing it for the sake of doing it. You know how it is?
I had an idea, what if I wanted to say, for example, like 2 days like from today, like do a post and say like, oh, there's like a flash sale for like 20% off of like a booking or whatever. Is that fine? I guess.
Yeah, but I would do more rather than a flash sale because your business right now is not even in sell. What is your sector?
We're just doing like tutoring, so we said
Tutoring. So you know what? Maybe we'll give you basically, hey, here's a little clip. Even find something, like on YouTube or something of how to help in study tips.
Okay.
Go even through what's happening now. What are great study tips or things like that of every. I'd even do it more than twice. Look at things that I can really use. Think about you as a student. What do you want to see? You just don't want to see a sale, right?
Okay.
That's not all. Help me. If you can give me every day Nikita's tips on how I can pass this finance course, then I'll pay you.
Okay.
Wouldn't you? You know?
Yeah.
So think about it. It's always yourself. What would motivate you? What would you want to see?
Okay.
I would want to see, hey, can you help me with this exam? I didn't know I could use that tip, or I could quiz myself, or use this to even ChatGPT make up questions, or I can even just use Meta AI or other ones to help me make up questions or help me with flashcards.
Okay.
That's what I would look rather than think about it as, hey, there's a sale 20% off.
Okay.
I wouldn't pay, even if you're free. I don't want to go. If you're not going to help me, right? Would you want to go to somebody's service if they're not helping you? You have enough fun things to do in your life or things you have to do. So think about it that way, Nikita. And then you can even do some TikTok or something, some funny things on how you help each other study, or hey, you need a break. It's also stressful. Here's a couple of jokes, or
Okay. Cool. Thank you so much.
you know what I mean? But make it as yourself, and then you can show other. What's your major?
Entrepreneurship and law.
Right. So you can all this. You can show it to possible areas. Hey, I'd love to have her do my social media for me.
Okay.
Right? If you can really make it dynamic, you show somebody that. Hey, this is me. You go to law school. You planning to go to law school or no?
No.
Okay, but you said law. But whatever it is, whatever you do, you can use it. I want you to reuse it. That's somebody that you can be proud and say, hey, look what I've done. Rather than, oh, big deal, sale, 20%.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Got it?
Yep.
Make it exciting. Okay, great. Okay, Jared, what's up?
How's it going?
Great.
So I have, it's funny actually, because Ashton just spoke to you. He's in my group.
Yeah.
Him and Dominic basically put themselves in our group.
You're popular, Jared. What can I say?
What can I say?
So he was wondering about Group 7. He doesn't even know whose email it is. Ashton has some issues there for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, Dominic, Ashton put him. He was in the group since the beginning. Like we spoke to him on the phone. He didn't get to the work at the first assignment or the second. Because the second assignment he didn't get to because he didn't think he was in the group, I guess. So I guess if he does some work this assignment, he could remain in the group. But the Dominic is like he threw himself in. I'm not even in contact with him.
Okay, so you know what? Number one is, I know this is tricky because it's not like a regular.
I don't want to be like a
I know what you are. Okay, but you understand. Number one, you told me. Number two is that what I would suggest you do is give them tasks that are good as add-ins, but not necessary for your project. So if they don't come through, got it, like social media or something, that somebody's in charge of social media, they do 3 other accounts on social media. Like
right.
you have.
So I guess I'll tell Dominic and Ashton to just do one of the two. Like I'll give them an account and I'll tell them post on it or whatever.
Oh well, or not even give them an account. That they do it. That you can say, hey, these were none. These were that they can compare. I can compare. Everybody can compare, but it's not the end. Or for instance, of apps. You guys do, how many of you that are actually working? Let's say there are 3 of you. Those 3, they do apps and they can do extra apps. You understand?
I kind of like initiated myself as the group leader, I guess.
Okay, good. Well, that's
annoying, but it's
no. On the opposite side, Jared. Number 1 is that you get experience to do it. Number 2, you get to do it the way you want to do it. Number 3, if you had another leader that didn't do anything, you'd be really upset, right? Because it wasn't getting done. So
I know, but the problem is always people forget. I'm always stuck. I got to fix their work and make sure.
Okay, so what I'm just saying, I know. So what I'm saying is give them work that at the end, if they don't come through,
right,
it will not affect your work. Like if we have, you have to do we need 3 apps. Give them, tell them that they have to come up with their apps, or even give them apps that they have to review. If they don't do it, then
I hear what you're saying. And
I'm just trying. Do you have another idea? You're working with them. Well, I don't know what else. What I'm trying.
If they don't do it correctly,
I know what it is. I know.
Get the 100, and I'm also going to get the 100.
I know. I have a hard time too. Sometimes I know it. I tell even Daniel a lot of times I rather not have 5 TAs, right? I'd rather have 1 good TA like Daniel than 3 others. And sometimes I do that. I have a number of, some come through, some don't. So you're smart enough, Jared, to figure out how you could do it, that you have a good thing, but you don't waste your time at the very last minute where they were supposed to do it. And part of your grade, part of people's grade, there's peer review.
Okay.
So their peer review, and it's confidential. And even though I know people end up giving each other higher grades than they deserve, and what's always interesting to me that the slackers never admit they're slackers. You know what I mean? I'll call them slackers. They basically say, I had a concept. I thought about that concept, or I gave them moral support. Because what I asked them to do at the end, and you'll have a slide on it, what did each person actually do? So make it in a way that you always almost can at the very end, because you could really use this, Jared. You know what I mean? You could use this project for something that you could easily kind of eliminate that at the end, and then you could show it to potential guys afterwards. You can say, hey, this is what I got. This is really good. You need to work it out.
Hopefully it works. I can't force them to work.
I know you can't, but you can tell them that this will be everybody has this. We set it in writing that these are, and that'll be nice too. Daniel, let's put another sheet that even before this, that everybody is required to post what is each person's, job requirements for this job, and then it will be done. You know what I mean? And you'll find out ways. And this is how it is in life too. Though usually you can you're at a place sometimes you can't get rid of everybody you want to. You know what I mean? You need some people there.
That does put them over the limit of people.
How many people do they have?
That would be 5.
You have 5.
Me, Benji, and Aaron were the main guys. Then we have Ashton and this guy Dominic.
Okay, the other thing is they could do us another thing, and then you can discuss it with them, Daniel, is that they do us like a subsidiary, the 2 of them.
Yeah, maybe put them in like a group 10 or whatever.
No, right, put them, or they can be, what is your sector?
They don't have a choice to work, and then it's better for everybody, no?
Yeah, no, but you know what it is, a subsidiary. What's a
company? We're like consulting for companies to virtual tours, customer relationship.
Okay, so you can do another part. Think about another part of it, of real estate, right? That they can do a subsidiary of those 2 going together. They can get their own domain, and then you can click from your domain name, from yours, you can click to one another.
I'd rather just keep it how it is.
Okay, all right. I'm not micromanaging, Jared. That's the beauty. But
I have to manage them. So
okay, you have to do it.
I guess I'm a group leader. So
And these are issues that, you know, what can I say? I feel for you.
Sometimes in life you don't get your way. That's it.
It's it. But you know, you do the best, and you have a good attitude on it, and you get it done, and that's it. And you know, you get your stuff done, and whatever they do, and what think about it this way: you get your stuff done. Don't give them a lot to do because they ain't gonna come through. I can guarantee you, he couldn't even read an email. Right? Tell me that it's the wrong professor. So in this case, doesn't seem he's into this class. So if not, give them the minimum amount that this is going to be, and then let them go and give dates. When is this due? Document the dates of when this was done, and that's it. And when
Not a problem. I can do that.
you can do that, and I'm looking for it, and you can really use this. I mean, people can use this of what you're doing. It's real, and you can take it with you. That's the beauty.
Right.
Nobody's going to take away, right? You're not going to do much with the whatever grade you get on an exam. You're not going to take it with you, right? But you take away this project with the domain name, and you have it for a year. You can sell the whole kit and caboodle.
That's right. Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Have a good one.
Good. Okay, Daniel, we're ready?
Yeah.
Same old story, right? Of love and glory.
Like
It's always like that. Couldn't even read a freaking email.
it's no good.
You can't make this stuff up.
That's the same guy who tried to.
I know. Same. Are we surprised? No. Right? People.
No, not
Right?
It
People.
seems Jared has a good attitude.
Yeah, right. So that's what I'm saying. He has a good attitude. He knows it already. He really loves the things he's doing, and that's it. You can just encourage him, you know, and document it. Just tell him, just like we're doing, it's document, you know.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. We don't want to fret over everything. Okay. So so I need to do a Zoom session, right? I need to set that up for tomorrow, and I'll put Eastern time, and then you can see what is British time. I think it's 5 hours, right?
Yeah, at this point it's 5 hours.
5 hours. So then it will be. We're doing it at noon, right? Is that what we said, or are we doing it at 11? I assume we were doing it at noon. What?
It was noon and then it changed because of the time.
But so what are we? So we're doing.
Now it's 11 because noon. Yeah. I guess I could ask him to move it forward an hour.
Let's do it at noon.
Okay.
Noon. So it's 5 his time.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll send him out a Zoom right after my class. I'll send him out a Zoom.
Awesome. I'll send him an email.
Okay, send him an email and that we'll send him the link later today. But just to make sure, because of the time zones and things, we're doing it at noon.
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll meet afterwards to conclude. So basically, that's great. So it's just one assignment we have to do, finish up the semester. Yes.
Yeah. It's not too much more left. I think.
What?
We'll be all right. Like as far as the work left.
Yeah, no, but we're on schedule, you know. I think really, I thought we were behind, but really turns out I think it's perfect. You know, we have one more chapter to do for the exam, and then on the 13th we'll do a review, and the 18th we'll have the exam, and then on the 20th and the 25th they can work on their projects. On the 25th, it's like people go home and like half the class doesn't show up on the 25th because they're with whatever it is. But they'll work on their thing, and then we'll do on the 20th. Basically, we'll go over on the 20th of what their. I think the 20th will go over what their presentation, what their final project, and how they're supposed to submit everything. Because that's really those last two. On the 25th, we can even do breakout rooms or whatever. We'll see where they can present. We'll see what it'll be. Because I have usually half the class come on the 25th.
I just sent the email to Jason.
Okay, perfect. Of saying that
Awesome.
it's noon our time.
Yeah.
And that we'll send them the link. Okay.
And I always convert it to his time, so there's no more confusion.
Yeah, right, because there's always confusions on it. So we'll work with him, and then after that, we'll, I don't know if you'll have, so we just have to do the I guess the last part is how are they going to submit everything and talk about their presentations, right? That they need to do it without password protected and their links, right? Everything, all their. A lot of them were confused of what they have to present. They needed to present. Okay. All right. And did you get your And you got your place? Okay. All right. Anything else?
I'm not. I'm in the computer.
I saw where you are. You're in the computer. Yeah, you're in the lab, so it's perfect. You're head instructor. Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, you've been promoted. You know I promote you. If I could promote you, I would. Okay. All right. So we're everything. Did you get a raise, by the way? They were thinking about raising people.
Yeah, there was a minimum wage raise, but other than that, no.
Okay, because they should have raised more. We'll talk about that. Maybe remind me if I can. I'd like to raise your salary. What? I'd like for the next semester. So remind me that if maybe I can ask them if how much you're making now.
13.
$13?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So let me ask them. At least you should get 15. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, thank you.
For next semester. So remind me to ask them. You know what I mean? Because you've also worked for the semester. Yeah, remind me tomorrow, and I'll send out to Tess or what we can do for next semester. Okay?
Sure.
All right. Perfect. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Well deserved. It's not you know what I mean? It's not a gift. It's well deserved. Okay. All right. We'll talk to you later. Let me get on my other one. Bye. Bye.
Excuse me?
Yeah. What's up?
I have a meeting that I have to go to. So
Okay. When?
it's in 5 minutes.
Well, okay. So what would you?
It's like 30 to 40 minutes long.
So come back.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Bye. So, Andres, did you get a chance to work on your site and get a new domain name?
Yeah, we got a new domain.
What domain did you get?
Boost AI.
Who?
Boost AI.
Boost, Boost?
Yeah.
Good. You like it?
Yeah.
I do. Okay. And what apps are you going to work on?
Right now, I'm just trying to teach myself how to use Salesforce to set up like my own AI agents.
So how are you using? So you have a free account on Salesforce?
Yeah.
And why did you choose Salesforce?
Because they're big in the industry and they have like their own like agent builder, which like you can just use to set up your own stuff.
Okay. So maybe so that'll be one of the sectors, or you're gonna concentrate in for this project just on Salesforce?
That's just gonna be one of the parts. Like the business is to basically provide automations for like small businesses using AI.
Okay. Well, let me start recording. They're one of the leaders. I work with them, and I've gone to a number of seminars with them. And in terms of the AI, they've been one of the leaders in getting it. And it's basically that idea of that customer relationship management, which we'll discuss today, which is interesting.
Yeah, like CRM.
CRM, right? They were really the leaders of Salesforce, and their CEO has been with the company from the start, which is unusual. He's been there, at least I bet you 20 years. And he's really taken a lead on that. So, and basically, their key has been not only on Gen AI, but the idea of trusting it. Where that's what people rightfully were concerned about. Can I trust you with my data, and two, can I even trust the results that are coming out? So they've really spent a lot of time on that. So that's good. And then that's a valuable skill, that you can say, hey, I'm a sales, helping. Because think about all these companies that even when they start putting in AI, you have to train still the whole workforce now to work on AI, which are not, even if AI is going to help you, you still have to work with it. It's not so simple. It's just people are just not born with this, It's going to save you time, but it's also going a different way of working. Okay, so let me record to the cloud while everybody gets on board. Live stream to YouTube. I'm going to use my account. Go to Idioms Training. Go live. And I'm going from Zoom to YouTube as everybody's going on. And it's done redirecting. And I have my URL. Let me just copy that, my YouTube URL. And the U, it put a logo on. Perfect. And now we see everybody. And everybody's getting on. A couple people. That's the beauty of being online, is when you're not feeling your very best and you don't want to be, and you are contagious, we can keep in check. And those that are feeling a little under weather, I hope you feel better. Okay. Any questions, comments before I begin? We'll do the regular sessions. I'll do some administrative, talk about the rest of the semester, where we're going. Not much left, but I'm excited about it. Okay, any questions? So let me have a couple of people moderate my chat so you can help me. You know that this class, what I love is that we work together as a team. So do I have any volunteers to moderate the chat today?
I can do it.
Okay, so Louisa, thank you so much. Anyone want to join Louisa in looking at that? We really don't have a lot. Any others?
I'm happy to.
Okay, great. And we got so many happy people in the class. Emily, thank you. All right, so we got everyone going. So any comments, questions that I need to do? Okay, so let me just tell you what's happening as we are together, as everybody getting on board, getting their cameras working. As this is what's happening, folks, is today I want to cover with you another chapter, which is chapter 10, which is basically a way to look at information systems, and a bit of what we were talking about, Andres, is what I call enterprise resource planning systems. And among those, we also have a subset of that is human resource management systems, customer relationship management, supply chain management. There's a number of different ones. In an enterprise, we think about it as an entire organization. We have so many departments. Is how do we keep track of everything? How do we keep track of the financials? How does everything work out? So we'll be discussing that. And let me just tell you what our schedule looks like. Let me bring up my calendar. Today's the 4th of November. Tomorrow is election day, so I encourage everyone to get out and vote. I will be voting sometime tomorrow. I would like to vote on election day rather than early. And then next week, we will have another guest speaker. This guest speaker will be coming all the way from the UK, that has who is an entrepreneur that has a chatbot that he calls Fastbot, that will see that you can train it on your own data. So this will be interesting to see if we can take our own data and our own website data and attach it to our own website data. And we'll see how that works out, how difficult it is. I'm contemplating whether maybe we should make it for extra credit or not, doing that. He'll be coming in next week. Next week on the 13th, I'll do a review for the exam. The exam will cover the new chapters that we've done. So it's TG3, which is the cloud. It will also be chapter 14, which is AI. It will be the information systems, which is 10, and also chapter 13, which is analytics. So I'll have 4 chapters that are new for the exam. And then I will add, in addition to that, I will add the 2 chapters from the first exam that I think are the most important. That's basically a continuation of what we're doing now, which is chapter 5, which is data management, and chapter 4, which is security. So we'll have those chapters, plus we'll have 2 open-ended questions that I'll give you 4 questions in advance, and they'll cover areas of artificial intelligence, of course, going through those articles that I'd given you about it, and also the cloud. Remember, I gave you a couple links on the cloud, benefits and advantages on that. I'll go over the 13th. November 18th is our second exam. It will be exactly the same format, in person in SBA 204, and it will cover exactly the same. We'll do it. And then we have, after the 18th, we have 2 more classes that I will devote to the project. I want to make it that when you're presenting on December 2nd, it will be the best of the best, and that hopefully I will be giving you feedback, and the feedback I will giving you will be just little things to correct. So this way you'll be completing it. When you do, I'll give you specific instructions on how to upload, what you should be doing for your presentation. But your presentation, you'll be doing it as a group. You'll be doing it with slides, plus you will, of course, show your website. You'll be showing your social media, other facets. You'll be doing it quickly on the December 2nd, and I'll mostly be looking at things that I haven't seen before. You know, I've added this, I want feedback on that. I will give you feedback on it, and then at the time or before of your final exam, you would have beforehand, you would have recorded with your group a formal presentation. That formal presentation, you'll be recording it on Zoom, you'll be recording it to the cloud, you'll be recording it without a password, you'll have a link, and you will be doing your presentation formally for the outside world as if they know nothing about your business, and you'll be presenting it formally. So you'll do a longer presentation than you will for me. So for me, you'll do maybe around 7 minutes plus my feedback, and on the presentation you'll be introducing everybody in your group formally as if you were going to a group of investors, giving your deck and giving your spiel to them. Okay? Any questions on the calendar or what's happening? I think we're set on that. Anything, Louisa, that you have? Questions that you may have yourself?
No.
It's pretty straightforward. Okay? So let me share my screen. A little bit different. And let me share my screen, and let me go to section J. I will go to the what's due section. We'll look at that just for a moment to see everybody's up to date. So on assignment 9, due this past Wednesday, I asked you, everybody had to set up at least your company, your Gen AI consulting company, and I asked you to read chapter 14, which was artificial intelligence, and we covered a bit about that last time with the Wiley quizzes. We had some issues with Wiley adaptive assignment, and that's been straightened up by Wiley. Again, we can see what the problem of cloud computing is we had to be dependent on the host, which was Wiley, to make sure that their website was working, and also that their adaptive learning session was working properly. It was not, and sometimes it was crashing, but they got that fixed. And the quizzes. I asked you to look at Notebook LM. They're changing that all the time. It's gotten a lot of buzz. It's gotten a lot of work there. see if it works. Some people were trying to do already their URL with a podcast and it wasn't working. I suggest, especially those that are doing anything about tutoring, anything about students, that you could use the Notebook LM not only for the podcasting, but just using it as a way to do quizzes, help you study, help you summarize. I think this is, a lot of people are finding this a useful product. I also have you look at what is generative AI with this article. Also by the SaaS company having this article, what is artificial intelligence, and also machine learning, where when we think about machine learning, what is unique here is that machine learning is that we're training the machine, meaning the computer, the software, and the key here between traditional computing and machine learning is the machine learning is correcting itself and getting better as it goes on. Because that's one of the issues here is after it's hallucinating, after it's giving us wrong answers, is it improving. So that was assignment 9. Assignment 10, which is due this Wednesday, is part 3 of everybody should by Wednesday upgrade their Wix, get a domain name, etc. The readings are information systems within the organization. I'm going to be going over that with you today and let you know what is important besides the reading. All of you can read, but what I'm going to show you is some of my thoughts of where is information systems within the organization, how is that changing, and you have their quizzes. If you go to assignment instructions, under assignment instructions, you'll see here of the assignment instructions right here that of course you needed to upgrade using the code that's provided. We discussed that you need to use your credit card, but make sure, of course, that you get 0 payment there. Make sure that everybody in your team is invited, and that here the site of producing anything you produce in terms of graphics, I want you to, I wouldn't call it as such as so much as a disclaimer, but basically where was its origin. I think this is great for you because you're showing them what can be done with AI, and then having here where you're showing the tools of the different tools. I'd also like you to give examples of, for instance, if this is a tool for tutoring like Notebook LM, how is this being used, how you would use it, almost a scenario. It may be you may have a couple of people, since there's so many different features, you may have even a couple of people use that same app, but in different ways that you show it. People were also asking me about social media accounts. Let me make a point on here on social media accounts. You folks are familiar with social media. Nobody has to teach you how to post, right? The idea, what I want you to make sure that you think about is what are you posting, and to make it dynamic. I'm saying that at least 2 per week. I think that is minimum of minimum. Also, reusability. Some of the videos, if you have short videos on these AI tools, you may want to post on your social media accounts. You think about yourself, because this project, Louisa, is something that you can take with you. If you're basically doing social media, I want social media that you can be proud of, Louisa. That it's just to say, somebody told me in another class, oh, I'll post, there's a flash sale, 20% off our services. And I say, that is so meaningless. What I would like you to do is give me a tip on, if it's education, give me a tip on how I can do better. Or if it's on mental health, give me a tip on how I can relax. Or if it's a tip, something that you would want to do. Think about it. If you're looking at that social media, does it have any meaning to you? If it doesn't have meaning to you, you shouldn't post it. Just to say the checklist of saying, hey, we got the 8 posts and they're meaningless. It's meaningless for me and it's meaningless for you. You got that, Louisa? I don't know how else I can say it, but when you look at it, when your group looks at it, when your group follows it, right? And even if you're doing a TikTok, you can do something hilarious, or you can do something even, but it can be that it's meaningful. Just to do a funny dance for a funny dance isn't. But if it really is showing, 2 people struggling on a problem, great. You understand that, Amelie? What I want is basically social media, my slackers in the group always love to let me do social media, and they post something, that is so lame, can I say, that it'd be better even to show, hey, did you know, show even Gen AI tools that can do social media, that can do posts, and even some of those you can tell that aren't good enough. But you can even use Gen AI to do some of these social media, but then start editing it again. To make it meaningful, that you'll be proud of it and you can show it. Just to show somebody that you posted a sale, 20% off, flash sale, you're not going to be, if Amelie, you're going to give me services, I don't even care if you give me services free. If they're going to waste my time, right? Think about yourself. Our time is worth money. Just because it's free or you're charging me $5 or a penny, it's basically that you're giving a contribution. You're giving a contribution to yourself that you're learning and to others. So here I really want you guys to do a tremendous job on social media, that you'll want to post more, that this shouldn't be a burden to you, that I'll have somebody, and there you can do much more, that at least 6 posts here. I think this is not giving it, service. But there should be active posts, and there should be much more than this 6. So don't take it percent that this is what I did. I did for the project, I did these. And then the SEO of the search engine optimization, basically following along with that, you need to have your own domain name. And here it's interesting to know that you won't be found. This helps you be found, that even you can have the best services, but if no one knows that you exist, it isn't there. So I just wanted to, the social media, don't hold me to 2 per week, but more, give me value. That if I'm reading getting your social media, that others can get value from them. Questions? Amelie, how can I say it better?
I think you said it well. Yeah. There's no questions in the chat, so.
Yeah, but you understand that it really is, it's compelling.
Yeah.
Just to put it up, really, at that point, might as well, they have that. Now they even have, this may be interesting to put in the chat, Amelie, for everybody. It's called, I think this is what it's called. I think it's called video-to-blog.ai. I saw it this weekend. Everybody see that? You see that, Louisa? It may be interesting, for everybody to look at this. Isn't that interesting? Instantly convert videos into powerful blog articles. So it may be interesting, Andres, for everybody to take their little videos, their little video clips, and then it puts it into blog articles. And then you can post those, and you may even use this as another, if it works, as another product. And I asked Daniel, Amelie, to contact these people and see. You can try for 3, and what I like is try for free, no credit card required, and I think you can do 3 of them So maybe even for part of the project. And if you guys give me a feedback on Wednesday, if this is worthwhile, should we ask for an academic relationship with these folks?
Sounds good.
You know, and videos to blog. You know, and here are the features here. AI content generation. So isn't this an interesting thing for, you know, transform your videos into high quality, easier blogs in seconds, automate your blog. And then once it would do it, then you could take it and then you could just do little edits on it. It's probably not 100%. Automatically include links from your video YouTube description or specify custom links to automatically include in your blog. Need your blog to do something that is not explicitly offered, add additional instructions, and tell our AI exactly what you want. Click to action, easily add stunning call to actions. Everybody know what a CTA is? It's call to action. Easily add stunning call to actions to your blog in one click. Look at this, multi-language support. It really is so amazing how much this could save people time, right? And then you have a blog up to 2,500 words, right? You can do short ones. I like short ones, but anyways, they can do tone, customize it in any tone. This may even be interesting even to use as your app. Almost use it twice. Use it as your app and reuse it as a blog. Take it, what you do, and see what comes up. Have a longer blog. Tell our AI to add table of contents. Visuals. Blogs are better with visuals, images, screenshots, right? Auto screenshots. Easily add screenshots to your blog by letting your automatically add to them. AI generated image. Add AI generated images to your blog in one click. You can specify how to prompt yourself. And so they power it by DALL-E. Stock images. Videos. Embed video itself into the blog to give readers the option to watch the video or easily assemble edition. So you can almost do it twice. Look at this. It's almost SEO. We make SEO optimization and breed by automating generating just about everything you need from metadata. What's metadata? Do you have an idea, Amelie, what metadata is?
Not really.
Okay, do you understand?
Like, is it kind of like a pixel?
Now, metadata, you remember we all know what data is, right, Louisa? We all know what data is, right? And if I look at database management, right, I can then say, so for instance, my metadata is data about my data. It's not giving me my specific data, but it will tell me. So for instance, any of you ever watch those crime shows or CSI or anything, and they always do like the phone logs of somebody we've matched, and I know that we called from this person to that person. They spoke 10 minutes, but do we know what they said to each other? Right, Louisa? No. What they said to each other is data about that phone call that I called you Sunday night, and you were, let's say, you were in Italy and I was in Las Vegas, and we spoke for 10 minutes, that's metadata. So you need from metadata to social media promotions. So even when you think about tags, a lot of times tags are part of metadata. It's not the content. So they do SEO, let our AI automatically generate all your metadata files. Look at that, tag, so you don't have to. Content analyzer, ensure your blog is optimized for readability, SEO by checking our content analyzer. Keyword analysis, keyword optimization, social media promotion. Sharing and promoting your blogs has never been easier. Generate social with hashtags, customized for each social media platform. So what would be interesting is somebody just take this and see for your own website when you have to do social media, put some of this in and see how it works for your own blog. leveraging our AI content detector to detect whether your blog passes. Because what do people want to think? Is this all generated by AI? People still want the human there. So they're using it backwards. Fully AI generated screenshots, edit images, export. Look at this. This would be interesting to do in your project. Anders and Amelie maybe even start it, right? Integrate your website and send blog directly to your website with Wix. That'd be interesting.
Sounds good.
Doesn't it? I mean, it's amazing. And I just came across, somebody told me about it, right? Send directly to your Medium. You can use to Word, share links, HTML. This is called Video to Blog. Video to Blog.
I just put it in the chat.
Exactly. Isn't that great? Something so simple. But see if it, the advertising sounds fantastic. The devil's in the details. So you can basically use that as one of your reviews. What do I love is I love to multi-purpose. Use it as one of your reviews. See if you can use it in your own social media that you're supposed to be doing, right? And then evaluate it and see if it's worth it for us. Let me know if it's worth it for us to request for them to give us an academic partnership with it, that maybe we can get more after the 3 times we use it. We love it so much that we want to get it like we got for Wix. And then we can send them a note telling them that we're ready partnership with Wix and Fastbot if they want to be partnered with us, since we're so great, right? And then we can promote them. Everything is, if it's good, and if not, we can give them feedback of what's missing. Almost like to have a small focus group. Awesome. So, Amelie, I'll have you be in charge of that, giving me feedback on it. You know what I mean? For Wednesday, and go through it and see what is that Wix connection. That'd be fantastic, huh?
Sounds good.
Okay, great. Okay, so everybody understand that? I think that's fantastic. Video, it's called Video to Blog. And it's interesting to see here the features and the pricing. If it was really good, what's $9? How much time, can you imagine, Louisa, how much time that could save you? If you had a job, right? What's your major, Louisa? Marketing, right? They tell you what do you have to do in one of your jobs is all this, right? For 10 blogs a month, unlimited regenerated videos, right? Auto screenshot stock images for $9, and even $16 if you were an agency, 100 blogs per month, right? For $69, that'd be nothing, right? What's my Netflix account, you know? So it's just amazing. If this was, and here you can save yearly for 38%. But if it's not worth it, it's just amazing how it will help us. At this point, we still need a human to discuss or even kind of try. People don't know about this. If you could do it, you know, if you're looking for, especially those of you who are doing it for marketeers, giving them this opportunity to teach them about this, if it's worthwhile. And the beauty here is we are not, we don't have any fiduciary interest, so we're objective. Versus when, you know, all these companies say something to me, I'm a little wary, you know, because they're telling me it's the best, the greatest, the whatever. Okay? So fantastic. So let me know. All of you, too, can look at this Video to Blog that we can put up. Okay, so we got that part, which is excellent. We have our readings here. So if I look at our readings of our adaptive reading, so you definitely, basically, you can think about it. These are, you can put these in your note. These are the chapters for the exam. Chapter 5, which is data knowledge management, which is critical, right? Information security, then cloud computing, artificial intelligence. I'm going to go over information systems with the organization. And this chapter will be our last chapter, which will be for next week, which is business analytics. That will be our second exam. So after we finish that, I'll just spend time on our project. Okay? So if I go into 10, I'll just do a little review here with you, just so you'll get a feel for it. I want to do chapter 10. I went to chapter 10, and I also want to do version 10. But basically, these are areas that we're talking about. We talk about transaction processing systems, functional area information systems, what I call ERP, enterprise resource planning systems, and ERP for support. What they're missing here, Andres, is when they talk about enterprise resource planning systems, this area right here is going to change in the next year or two dramatically, because it's going to be added what? Gen AI to it, right? It's going to be added AI to those traditional enterprise resource planning systems. So first, I need to know what is a transaction. So, Demian, do you know what a transaction is?
An exchange of items or something.
I go, Damian, you know it. Let me just go. You can even look up your PowerPoint too. Let me just even take my PowerPoint here. And when I think about this is my wrong chapter. So when I think about a transaction system, let's think about a transaction. Damon. I go to Publix, right, Damien? And basically, when I buy, let's say I go and I buy a bottle, right? A bottle of something. Let's say a bottle of juice, bottle of water. And what do I have here is I have a code on the side. I can either give it to the cashier or I can do my own. And what do? I swipe, right? And that, when I swipe that one time, that's what? A transaction. And what happens? It's any business event here that it gets captured. It gets stored where? In a database. And it could be any transaction here. So it could be something, a service sold, a transaction could be a person hired, it could be a payroll check generated. Any event that you can think about it, that's a transaction. We all can think about it as going to the grocery store, going to CVS, I don't know where, whatever. I swipe, I scan, this gets into my database. I go and I buy a car, right? It gets registered. That car is basically registered. I get these. So what I have here is everybody understands that. I have a transaction processing system. Any business, then I operate, I make a transaction. Any business here, I have a transaction processing system. When I swipe, basically, there's a system in the background. I don't see it as a customer in Publix, but what do I get at the end is they ask me what? Do I want a receipt? Right? Amelie, right? I want a receipt. They can give me a paper receipt. Many times somebody says, do you want that receipt sent email, or we can hand it to you? Other people say, I don't need that receipt. But besides that receipt that I can go out, right? And they say I didn't shoplift, and the guard doesn't stop me and put handcuffs on me, right? What else happens here is in the background, it's collecting that data and it's putting that business transaction into the system. And what is it for? For my revenue, so Publix knows that they can basically see that I bought this bottle of water, right? Also, it's for inventory, that they know that it can be taken off the shelves, that they know when it's time to reorder, right, Amelie? And then also, it's going to be put into the accounting system. This is transaction processing systems. They've been existing for many, many years in order to do it. Whether I'm a small business, whether I'm a large Publix, these transactions have been. And then we have also, we have online transaction processing systems, that this is done online. So if Amelie, me and you wanted to go on a trip this weekend, I can say, I'll just book my flight, right? And I book my flight and I get my seat, right? I expect that to be online, right? I don't want to go anywhere to do that. I want to be able to do that online. And I want that to be done not in a batch system, but in real time. Because when I buy that ticket, I don't want to be sitting in somebody else's lap. Even though many times what happens is what? They say they overbook. Have you ever been in flights where they'll offer you something where they'll say for overbooking? Because they have a predictive model saying that not everybody ends up showing up to the plane. So we're going to overbook. So these are my transactions. It's continuous, real time. It's handled large volumes, and then I can also have batch processing sometimes, for instance, for payroll. So if I think about payroll, Louisa, have you worked before where you got a paycheck?
I'm starting now, actually.
Really? What are you going to be doing?
Social media.
Great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So basically, that's what I want you to do. So how are they going to, have they paid you yet?
No.
Okay, and how did they say they're going to pay you?
Every month, like to my debit card.
Okay, so they're going to pay you every month to your debit card. When they pay you every month, then that's considered to be batch processing. They're not paying you for every minute that you work, right? Every minute. Oh, I posted some. I posted today. I posted yesterday. I did some other things. They said at the end of the month, we'll accumulate that. That means it's done in a batch. We've accumulated that in a batch. That's not real time. So those are the differences. Questions?
Yeah, if you were to work on commission,
yes,
does that mean that you'd be working in like real time?
No, because first of all, on commission, it depends on the commission versus when I'm going to get paid. So let's say I made a sale, I'm on commission. Let's say the sale just came right now, right? I get paid on commission. I sold $100 and I get 10%, right? So I got $10, right? But probably what they're going to do is they're not going to, as soon as I make that sale, they're not going to send me that check in real time. They'll say at the end of the month or at the end of the week or every 2 weeks, right? So that real time, it happens automatically all the time. I get money in my system. They may record it in real time, Amelie, that as soon as we could be selling whatever. I'm selling scarves, for instance, and you're my promoter, right? I'm the manufacturer. Every time that you sell my scarf, I'll give you 10%, right? I accumulate that, and then I send you the check. So it depends on if it's recorded in real time, that's one, right there on the spot, versus batching, when I'm talking about batching all those processes together, right? Or at the end, once we get all our sales, then I'll tabulate yours. We don't know. You see the difference, Amelie? Versus when I get the check when I get the money in my bank account or in what Louisa said in her debit card. She's not as she's working. She's not at every post she does, right? How are you going to record your hours? Do you know, Louisa? How are you going to be, or are you being charged by the post?
No, I have like an amount of hours per each day that I'm going to work.
Okay, so she could be able, you could make it say, hey, I'll pay me by the post, every 1,000 posts, right? Or by the hour. She decides that with her employer, Amelie, but it's the idea of when they're going to be posting it and how it works. Does that answer your question, Amelie?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, my pleasure. So the same thing here on what do they mean by transaction? We have no idea. When we're in the store, all we know is we buy, or when I'm online, I buy something, right? And then it gets shipped to me, I deliver it, or I download something, or I subscribe to something, and I get my service. So basically, this event, or that transaction, here, that simple thing, basically goes in a transaction processing system, and I need, as who needs these detailed reports? Not the customer, right? Management needs these. If you're in charge, Louisa, you needed it for the marketing, you needed a certain one. If you're Amelie, you're the human resource manager, you need it. And if Andres is the CFO, he needs it. And if Damien was the CEO, he needs something. And they may be detailed reports depending on my job. But it all goes, it's always cylinder. I just want to show you what kind of how they look at it. It's always cylinder on these organizational databases. And that databases is many organizations in the company need this data, but they share that data. They share some of the data, they may do others of the data. That's how they go about doing it. So it's all these different types of systems, whether it's accounting, right, and controlling, whether it's human resource, HR, right, are using it. So basically, when we think about it, altogether it comes out to what they call enterprise resource planning. A lot of times they give it as the acronym ERP. Everything's an acronym here, and we talked about it already, of course, right? Enterprise means what? Damien, what does enterprise mean? Are we of a university an enterprise?
Yes.
Yes. It's a large business with many different departments as an enterprise. Do we have a lot of schools, Amelie? Of course we do. We have the School of Business, we have the School of Law, we have communications, we have the medical school, all of these together. And what does it mean? I have to plan. What does planning mean? Looking at the back? No, planning means looking at the future. The university, guess what? They got to figure out their budget. They got a lot of expenses. You think this university doesn't have a lot of expenses? They have, besides salary. Have you ever looked at the university, how pretty it is, all those grounds? What does it take to just even do that? They got to do the cleaning. They have a medical school. Can you imagine all those machines, everything that they have? Basically, they have to plan in the future. And how can I plan as that enterprise? And sometimes give me information that only belongs to what? You remember how I always like to say, need to know? I need to know my salary. I need to know my benefits. We're a private university, so they don't even share formally a lot of information. They don't have to. Some public universities have to, but they have it. But I need to know. I also have rights. I get payroll. Payroll is part of what they call also an enterprise resource planning that I go to basically pay my TAs. If, for instance, you're my TA next semester, you'll be part of that where I supervise. You have to record your hours worked. And guess what? Amelie, you'll be paid every 2 weeks. I don't know what. You'll be paid a certain amount. That's in batch processing, but that's together. So this you can think about is that enterprise resource planning then basically has the entire organization look at its customers. At a university, our customers are really what? Who? Students, right? If I'm the medical school, right, and I have the health center, it's my patients, my suppliers. Can you imagine all the suppliers supplying from food to hardware, my distributors, all my relative and parties? Guess what? I have to keep track of it. And if I look at this is something why I wanted to use chapter 5 again, because what is this? Cylinder. And what did I say was in the cylinder, Amelie? A database. What is the database? All my data that's connected with all those, what? With all those records, those fields, right, that connect. And in this case, it's ERP, the enterprise. And what makes up the enterprise? Human resources, right? What makes up the enterprise? My customers, right? What makes enterprise then? My e-business, right? My commerce. What makes enterprise? Anything that I'm using business intelligence for, forecasting, my supply chain, who's bringing me in goods, my accounting, my finance, my manufacturing, if we have it, or my production. This is the core. So what happens here, if I look at it, the one that Miami uses is called Workday Miami. Workday, look at this. I have to, what does it ask me, Amelie? It's since they want me to get into where all the payroll is. What do they want from me? Extra security, right? So I have to put a code. Do I care about, I'm broadcasting now, do I care about giving this code out? No, because it's going to change each time, so I'm not giving my password out. It's giving me success here. And what is it? It's going to be an enterprise resource planning. And notice what it says, myworkday.com, Miami home. So what did Miami do? They purchased software that's what? Software as a service. What does that mean, Anders? Is what? That it's in the cloud, right? They're providing that service for me. And this is going to be specific for myself. Tells me the date. It tells me I don't have anything in action now. It's really HRM, and it gives me, here's my team of my TAs that I am paying, that I'm supervising from my account. And notice here that Daniel's my first one, right? And then it tells me on the university, since it's HRM, hey, you need a flu? Do you need any manager? What about all your awards that you won, Dr. Rushenick? What about some personal information? We have to keep it up to date. And what about your health benefits and all? This is what? This is a Workday, right? Which is a vendor that that's popular in a number of ways. And guess what? We've customized it. They have a template kind of, and they probably even have university, which is way in common, is an industry, and not even a higher ed. And notice they have people here on campus that work with what? Workday, that basically say, hey, let's put in a picture of here, right? Almost like a website. We put it in, and it's going to be what? Personalized. Now, I have roles here. I have my payroll information here. If when Daniel works for me, Amelie, and he basically has to keep track of the hours worked, he then submits every 2 weeks the amount of hours he worked. So, Amelie, this is a great question for the exam. Is that batch or is that online? Batch, of course. He does it every 2 weeks. He may be working even right now for me, right? Setting something up. He's not getting paid every minute, putting it in his account. So that's going to be batch. That's going to be. And if I look, this is for you, Andres. If I just look at Workday, not Miami.com, We didn't rehearse that. This is a major platform, and look what they say in the first lines on theirs. The AI first platform for HR, human resources, and finance. 2 months ago, they didn't even have this as their first step. Why are they doing that, Andres?
Because AI is trendy.
Yeah, of course. And they think to themselves, "Are you?" Because and think about what is their platform? Does it lend itself for agents? Andres, of course, does. Is there a lot of things that can be repetitive right there? Yes. Does it take a number of steps where I have to fill out some form, right? When I have to onboard my new faculty members, do you think that takes time? Of course it does. Do I want to spend time? Do they want to even do it? So look at this. Workday is the only platform. I love it, the only. You can tell this is marketees, right? Louisa, you're in marketing, right? That's marketing only. I wouldn't trust that, right? Platform that unites what? HR and finance to keep businesses moving forward. Now you can think, I can tell you that probably AI wrote part of this, doesn't it? Because it tells us a lot of words that I'm not sure what they actually mean, but it sounds good. Are you ready to fundamentally transform how you manage your people and money? Because we are. And then they say, view a demo, why Workday, and notice here, look at this. This looks like this. These pictures. What do you think, Louisa? Could these be AI generated? Probably. Hey, I want a young woman, right? Give her some curly hair. Maybe I'm not sure what ethnicity she is, right? I want a guy, right? An older guy. He needs to look smart. Put some glasses on him, right? Give him a little, I don't know if he has a little gray hair in his beard, right? He has a suit. She doesn't, right? And look, empower your people and adapt workforce to the future of your work. Drive innovation, manage costs, and make smarter finance decisions. Definitely, I want to make finance decisions. I'm not sure what smarter means. I think the AI probably read that. Transform entire business processes with our next generation of AI. You see, so my way in reading even that chapter 10 for you is if I asked you, Louisa, what do you think the trend is going to be on enterprise resource planning, is definitely that AI trend, right? Of basically working. And I didn't even write anything. Work enabled, right? To do routine work more efficiently. That's what the ERP originally tried to do, but now this is going to put it on steroids. This frees us up to do, and I like this statement, that frees us up to do the next acquisition, to work on the next business strategy, to provide better analytical work to our business partners. They don't say we are going to eliminate employees, do they, Andres? But that's probably what we can do. That's what everybody's afraid of in those organizations. I was in charge of Workday. I got a job for Workday. Does this mean they're going to eliminate 20% of us? And I say maybe. But maybe some of those others will then train people now how to use all those agents. Because guess what? Now all this AI, it just doesn't happen instantaneously. I still have to prompt it. I still need to write those agents, right? How we move forward. And then another one that is part of those enterprise was Salesforce, right? And if I, guess what? I type in Salesforce, that used to be what we call CRM, the same kind of thing. This was this guy that started that used to work with Oracle, and then he basically came and he was the first one to say, hey, let me use it web, let me use it mobile. And basically, look at that. CRM stands for Customer Relation Management. So, and guess what? Salesforce has a higher education module, Andres, that basically looks at students. Because what? Students for universities are their customers. What do we want? We want to keep track of our students from the very beginning of their journey, when they come and they start looking at our university, to when they're students, how to keep retaining them. Because once we've invested in them, do I want them to leave us? Amelie. In year 1, year 2? 1, I don't like it for my reputation. 2, I don't like it. Are we doing something wrong? And 3, I lose a lot of, I hate to be so crass, but I lose a lot of revenue. You stop after year 1 and go somewhere else, I've lost you. Plus, I lost you because of social media. If you say, hey, I wasn't happy with this university, right? So in this case, look at this. Salesforce is the same thing. They're competing with others. And what do they say? Connect all your data. Is that why I want it? With all your teams, all on one integrated. That's why I want the enterprise. AI-driven platform. Get started today with our starter suite. All in one CRM for your business. Scale seamlessly. Does that sound like cloud, Damien? Sure does to me. As you grow on demand, however large you grow, humans with agents. Look what they say here. Because what they are a lot of times my chats, my people that I get on my contact centers. What if you were the head of your contact management centers, Louisa, what would your agents be most worried if you told them, hey, AI is coming? I'm losing my job, wouldn't they? You could have one person listen to 10 conversations, and when they didn't know the answer, then they could interfere. Humans with agents, notice they put that in, drive customer success together with the #1 AI CRM. Companies with that, look, they put Wiley there. We know Wiley. Companies with every description bring CRM data. I want analytics. That's why I want to do it. I want you to be able to forecast. My agents on Salesforce to make, they like copy each other. Did we hear this before, Amelie? Smarter decisions. I don't know what smarter decisions are, but they always put smarter decisions, drive off automation, and grow revenue. And then they give me meet agent force, what AI was meant to be. Boost productivity. So that's why it's great under Amelie, your domain name, right? Boost productivity and your bottom line with customizable AI agents. This is what everybody wants. I want it customized to my business. Not give me generic ChatGPT that's not on my data, that assists with everyday tasks and take action. Calculate your ROI, smart simply, see results, email marketing, use AI. Isn't this great, Louisa? Email marketing. Use AI to create segments, draft a campaign brief. You want to waste your time drafting a campaign brief? No, I don't. Draft it, and then what can you do? Tweak it. Build the campaign. Write an email, all in just a few minutes. So this is tremendous if you know how to use it. And then if you have people with smarts to look at it and say, it's just not right. But guess what? If you give it just not right, you know how to prompt it, then it gets better too. Lead contact, service case, reporting. These are not the only ones. By need, by industry. Look at the industry. Guess what? Education. Learn more. Enhance the entire education with agent force. So these education leaders, so they put up these leaders. Notice the leaders they put, if I'm a community college, they put a community college in. If I'm a school one, look what they're telling me. Tell me numbers. Increase student enrollment, rise in first-year retention rates. Wasn't that what we were talking about? Louisa, I want to retain them. Growth in fundraising. What do I want? All you guys that graduate, you're going to make billions, right? I want to fundraise in legacy environment, see what's new in education. Trusted AI for education. This is the key here that Salesforce really has emphasized. Explore the CRM solutions, student success, recruitment, advancement, relations. So they have little lifelong learning. I can sell you this now. You see this, Louisa? Because guess what? After you graduate, you think you're finished learning? Of course you're not, especially when you think about AI. Think about when you graduate versus what's going to change in AI. It's hard enough, right? So they say, hey, we'll give you lifelong learning, and we'll accelerate with AI-powered engagement, retain lifelong learners, develop a modern storefront experience, blah, blah, blah. So that's the key. Questions? So that whole area of enterprise resource planning is going to be turned around with generative AI, and that's what they're all working on. Whether it's Salesforce, whether it's Workday, whether it's IBM, whether it's going to be Oracle or any of the other vendors. And guess what? This is a time where disruptors can come in and say, you know, you have these legacy systems, you know, Andres, that Salesforce is still bulky. There may be, just like Salesforce came in and replaced that Oracle, I bet you there'll be other companies in there that say, hey, we can do this quicker and better and cheaper. That's how, you know, that disruption, and that's what's exciting about it, of all those guys. Questions? Everybody understand where we're going and why I'm excited about you guys doing those projects? And then think about your social media in the exact way. I don't care if you're doing your ideas for that marketing or anything else. Think about your social media. Even try out some of these out and use these, and even put a quote there that you're done by Amelie. What, you don't even have to be embarrassed by it, because you're basically selling your services done by, you know, video to, you know, the blog there. And you put that, in this case, video. This is what everybody, I want you to then make a note there. Ricardo, did you make a note of this? Video to blog.ai. And that'll be great on your system as well. I don't care, anybody's can use it. And let me know how it turns out. It sounds great, but the devil's in the detail, as I always say. So, on Wednesday, we'll also share with each other what we've done. And let me do attendance. $13.98. You want to put that, Amelie, in the chat also, because people don't see it. So stay with me if you have questions. Otherwise, I'm looking forward to see like what your next step is. And Louisa, I think that's fantastic, you know, bringing that up. And then what the beauty is, then you can take this and then you can get more gigs from it. You know, and then basically you can have the agency, and then you can hire other people. You say, you know what, all I need is a supervisor to hire, because you can use a lot of this Gen AI for your clients. Or even teach some of those. Don't even be, because I know some of these now, these agencies are having a hard time. Their clients say, why do I have to pay you so much now? You're just using AI. You're doing it where it used to take you an hour to do something. Now you're doing it in 2 minutes. Why am I still paying you the same amount? So it may be a way in which there needs to be disruption in some of these agencies, where somebody can come in and cut them out in half, because they say, hey, we don't have to charge, you know, by that hour, because our hour, we can do 10 times more, as much, you know. So these are all changing. Then marketing is like the key here, I think, in so many ways, right? Of being taking advantage, because everybody is into that space. Okay, so it's $13.98. I'm gonna stop sharing, and then let me shut down my recording. I'm gonna stop recording, because what? Need to know, right? we always talk about in this class, and stop my YouTube. Okay, so let me just start here. So Nathan, what's up? How can I address some of your issues?
Hi, Dr. Rush.
Hi.
I'm with Louisa. We're here from Group 3.
Perfect.
I talked a bit with you last week, and I talked to Daniel about our late submission of the Ninja Trader assignment. As of now, we've all submitted. Everything is inputted.
Okay.
I talked to him about the miscommunication. He told me that's something that I should talk to you about.
Okay, meaning that I should say, and what was the, so you've gotten, both of you've gotten all the data in.
Yes, I worked with Daniel like in the computer lab.
Okay.
For the first part, and so for the second one, we just didn't put it in because we thought it wasn't an individual thing. That's why we didn't put. Like,
okay, all right. So tell him that that he should give you credit. So he can send him an email and say that you spoke to me at the end of the class, and that's all right, that he can give you credit for it, okay? And then if he has any issues, I'm going to be seeing him tomorrow. So if he has any issues, he can talk to me tomorrow. So send him an email now and just say that you understand that I have a meeting with him tomorrow, that I will confirm it, but that I have confirmed that you'll receive the credit, okay?
Thank you, and I'm sorry about the confusion.
Yeah, well, stuff happens, but the major idea in this class is that we document it, right? And then we work it, and that's the whole thing about communication. Is there all the time we have miscommunications, but the idea that we're on it, right? Rather than letting it to go at the end and then somebody saying, I don't understand why I got the grade I did. Too late then. Okay? Perfect. All right. So I hope you got it, and looking forward to see. And what I would want you to do now, which is beautiful, is that you can concentrate on your project, which you can take with you. And to be honest with you, once you have that material, then later on somebody's not going to ask you, what did you get on assignment 4, but rather what's going to be really what they're wanting to do, what can you do for me? And you'll show it to them. But it's good that you're on it as well. Okay. Take care. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure as usual. Okay, guys. So, huh?
How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. So, great. So, what I'm wanting you guys to do is really, one, have the best project for yourselves, but also guide the others, right? That you have a takeaway. That it's, again, not only that you're my teaching assistants in training, but that you can use it for yourselves. So I like the domain name, and let's look at it. Let me know on Wednesday. What do you think about that video, the blog? And then I'll send out a letter to them. Okay. If it's good, asking for, see if they have an email or how we can get in touch with them too. Find out,
Speaking of, I forget what the platform was, but there was one that we were talking about earlier in the year. I had reached out to them a few times, never heard back.
Okay.
I want to say it started with like a Q, but I can dig through it.
Yeah, but anyways, if you can do it, but let's see. I don't want, because I'm busy with so many different projects, I didn't have time to look at it. If it's not a good product, I don't want to waste our time.
Yeah.
Trying to get them to be coming in and getting academic partnership. And even if we can't get them, we can start working on it this semester. And then I like it that at least, I like it no credit card, and I like it 3. At least you can try it for 3 times. At least you get a feel for what it is, and if it's worthwhile, we can get the academic and like I said, if you were doing some marketing, what is $9? Or even their biggest plan of $69, if it could save you so much time, and it was good, right? But anyways, let's see. What else do I need? Anything else you need me to address?
I can't think of anything else.
And you, Andres? So let's do that. Let's schedule one, give me feedback on that. Try out that video to blog, number one. And number two, you be the first to show on Wednesday what you got. You know what I mean? So we can kind of give them, you always want to be ahead of them, or at least to show where they want to do it. Okay, great. I'm excited to see what you guys do, and I love the name. We're ready.
Cool. I will send you an email about the video to blog. I have a hard stop after our class on Wednesdays because I have another class after.
Okay, so send, or even respond with Anders.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so let's do that. And maybe, you know what? If it's really great, why don't we do this? If it's good, show it.
Okay.
Share your screen on Wednesday and actually show it. Let's do that rather than the hard stop. Show it. And Amelie, I'll have you be in charge of with your group. You decide how you want to do it. But if it's great, let's even if it's good. Doesn't have to be outstanding, but if you really think that it can work, actually show it in class. Perfect. Okay, great. Sounds good. Take care, my dears.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ciao. Did we finish? What happened here? Stop recording and meeting for all. And check in. Probably you did like the backup when they say do backup to my phone and stuff. So Google starts saying that I won't be able to receive any emails. So whenever they
I didn't intend to do it.
but it backed up my phone. So Google says in another 2 weeks I won't be able to accept any
because you don't have enough space.
Storage.
So don't back it up, cancel
Well, I'm trying to, but I don't know what you did.
Can you let me take the videos off of your phone?
Yeah,
please.
Right now. I'm going to eat some.
Wrap it up. It's getting late. How was your class? Everything is okay?
Yeah, I just had to start backing up, deleting stuff. I use that email so much. I think they're trying to be strict now, So you just say back up all the time, you know what I'm saying? So everything on my phone is I can't back up anymore.